keluar lain. Memanglah tak, cakap keluar lain kan. Datang mana yang layout itu?
We believe that the existence of technology is to improve the quality of human life. Today's technology shapes a better life. Its trickle-down benefits are our life's achievements. Welcome to Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology. Since its inception 2 decades ago, the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology has been committed to be a world-class institution in computer science and information technology. Backbone by 117 academic and non-academic staff, FSKTM is led by a dean and assisted by 3 deputy deans, besides head of administration and heads of departments. Their commitment makes FSKTM the ultimate choice for education destination. The 4 departments at this faculty are the Department of Computer Science, the Department of Multimedia, the Department of Software Engineering and Information System, and the Department of Communication Technology and Network. A wide range of courses with high employability rate are offered through these departments.
Graduates from this department have high employability rate in the industry. Many of them are successfully employed as multimedia software developer, software entrepreneurs, program analysts, and mobile application developer at various domestic and international agencies.
At the Department of Computer Science, we maintain a strong track record in academic and research programs. We are committed to produce skilled graduates who dare to face the IR 4.0 challenges, mainly in the fields of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data analytics, Internet of Things IoT, and database.
Since the establishment of this department, it has produced many quality graduates in the field of software engineering. Many of them have successfully been placed at the multinational IT-related companies.
The course in this department will produce professionals in the field of computer network. They subsequently will become expert in designing and analyzing the network. This will support the IR 4.0 and the big data, which is the current trend nowadays.
Studies that benefit universal consumers are a top priority at FSKTM. These are the 10 leading areas of expertise. Some of these studies have received recognitions and awards from various institutions, both locally and internationally. Today's computing technology is imperatively relevant in various fields such as education, finance, military and security, communication, green technology, food and agriculture, as well as in many other emerging sectors.
With education and determination, opportunities for career development or career building in this field are wide open. So, by choosing Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology of UPM, Universiti Putra Malaysia, as your education destination is the right of choice.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering, iCICSE 2020. This conference is broadcasting live from the Center of Innovation, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Universiti Putra Malaysia. My name is Norris binti Muhammad Norawi, and I will be your host this morning. It looks like we are off to a very good start already. Before we officially begin, I'd like to take a minute to deliver a few housekeeping notes on the general etiquettes of video conferencing and also the general outline of the flow today. This morning, we will start off with the welcoming speech by the chairperson of iCICSE 2020, followed by the dean of FCSIT. The officiating speech will commence after this. A photography session will take place after the officiating speech. Our program will adjourn for a coffee break before we continue with the keynote session. I'd also like to take this opportunity to kindly remind you to switch off your mobile phones or at least have it set on the mute or silent settings. I'd like to also share with you a general etiquette tips and a video on the general etiquette tips of video conferencing to ensure a smoother program. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Graham Kendall, the respected Dean of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Professor Dr. Rusli Abdullah, Chairperson for iCICSE 2020, Associate Professor Dr. Abdullah Muhammad, the ever-committed committee members of iCICSE 2020, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Putra Gemilang.
Pembina wawasan gemilang, Universiti Putra Malaysia, membentuk siswa cemerlang. Semarak namamu di sinar zaman, semerbak namamu di suara sanjungan, penyumbang bakti ke anak bangsa, pewaris sejati negara tercinta. Ramai insan berbaik kota, tersemat citramu semegang kenangan. Di darjat bangsa, di daulat negara, tersurat jasamu bencana kemajuan.
To start the program, I kindly ask those of you who are Muslim to recite the Surah Al-Fatiha together with me to mark a blessed beginning of the event. Please let me briefly introduce you on the background to iCICSE 2020. This conference presents new research finding in the fields of computer science and engineering, including and not limited to fields such as communication network and distributed system, artificial intelligence and big data, interactive digital media applications, and software engineering and information systems. Such knowledge-sharing event should be encouraged and commended as it opens up the channel for researchers from computer science and engineering to work collaboratively together interdisciplinarily. Without further ado, let's welcome Associate Professor Dr. Abdullah Muhammad, the backbone of iCICSE 2020, to deliver his opening speech. Please give him a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Dr. Norris, our MC this morning. Our distinguished guest yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Zulkifli Idrus, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Rusli Abdullah, Dean Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Our distinguished speakers, yang berbahagia Professor Graham Kendall, Provost and Chief Executive Officer, the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, UNM, and Mr. M. Haikal bin Saripan, IP Network Consultant, Telecom Malaysia, all paper presenters and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning and hello everyone. Selamat datang. All praises are to Allah, the Merciful, the All-Beneficent, for His blessings, and salawat and salam to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this virtual conference of the 4th International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering, iCICSE2020, organized by the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University Putra Malaysia, UPM. I would also like to warmly welcome Dr. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research Innovation, representative from sponsors, Mesin Niaga Berhad and ARID, and 2 keynote speakers who are with us today in the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, our 4th iCICSE needs to be held virtually this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sorry to all for switching the physical one to this. The iCICSE will be a good platform to discuss various issues on how computer science and engineering technology can serve as enablers of sustainable development. I would like to highlight some directions that the iCICSE has undertaken since our first edition in 2017. The iCICSE conference series has been aiming to increase collaboration and to provide an opportunity for academicians, researchers, engineers, technologists, scientists, industrial professionals, and students from around the world to set up a network and have scientific discussions on the latest development in the field of computer science and engineering. However, the biggest challenge I would see in this era is how computer scientists will be able to position themselves in interdisciplinary research, and what are the ingredients needed to do so. We may be excel in our domain, but working with researchers from different domains is a real challenge, as we need to understand their problems and requirements. Having said that, and with the aim to move direction to this year, we have officially renamed our conference from International Conference on Innovations in Computer Science and Engineering to International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering. We would love to see more papers, not only from computer science fields, but from various domains that utilize computing in our next iCICSE, inshallah. The theme, although it's not there, but I believe it could be dropped by the name of the 4 tracks. For example, artificial intelligence and optimization are the 2 important ingredients, 2 key points needed in making sure that the success of cross-disciplinary research. Therefore, we brought one of the speakers in to speak about this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of that, this year, we are honored to have 2 distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Graham Kendall and Mr. M. Haikal Saripan. In terms of papers, I'm glad to announce that we have received an encouraging number of submissions with a total of 65 papers, of which 34 were accepted to be presented at this conference, with about 100 reviewers involved despite the current pandemic. For this reason, we have research papers presentation from researchers sharing their research findings and innovation in 4 major tracks. Ladies and gentlemen, the current global health crisis showed us the crucial contribution of ICT, science, technology, and innovation working together closely in addressing the healthcare challenges brought about by COVID-19, but also in supporting the society and economy in a time of a major turmoil. Our first ever virtual conference is a good example. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank the keynote speakers, our general sponsors, Mesin Niaga and ARID, paper presenters, participants, reviewers, and volunteers for making this event a reality. Me personally, as a conference chair, also would like to congratulate all the committee members of iCICSE 2020 for organizing this conference. I know without your hard work dedication, continued support, this conference wouldn't be materialized. Thanks also to the faculty management for their tremendous support in putting this international conference together successfully. I sincerely hope you will enjoy a 2-day knowledge sharing session and networking. And please take this opportunity to establish more research collaboration among us. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Abdullah Muhammad, for the aspiring speech. May this conference continuously prosper and the hard work of its member under his guidance will reap its benefit in the future. Now, I'd like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Professor Technology Dr. Rusli Abdullah, to share a few warm notes on the iCICSE 2020 audience. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Rusli Abdullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, our distinguished speakers, yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Zulkifli Idrus, Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Profesor Graham Crandall, Provost and Chief Executive Officer CEO, the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, UNM, and Mr. M. Haikal bin Sarifan, IP Network Consultant, Telekom Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greeting to all. Praise to Allah that Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, FSKTM, is organizing the International Conference on Interdisciplinary in Computer Science and Engineering, in short, iCICSE 2020. This is the 4th time of iCICSE being organized by FSKTM UPM. The first time was being held in our faculty, UPM Serdang, Selangor in 2017. We have a second one of iCICSE at Kuching, Sarawak in 2018. And the third iCICSE has been organized in Miri, Sarawak in 2018. And this year, we are supposed to have physically in Kuala Terengganu. But since the COVID-19, we are having virtually in Universiti Putra Malaysia. It is a great pleasure to see you all, you attending this event virtually. I would like to extend opportunity warm welcome to you all, to the representative from Malaysian Niaga, and thank you for the trusting us for this event, where this is not the first time in Malaysian Niaga supporting us. Ladies and gentlemen, in conjunction of vision Universiti Putra Malaysia to become as a university of international repute, FSKTM take a role and responsible in leading the research area of science, computing, and computer engineering to the international level. This conference has been planned so that students from the academic institution, experts from the academic, to take part in the conference and share their experience. This conference is also to ensure the top quality technical program integrated with rich knowledge sharing and research discussion activities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are certain that this conference will provide a place for researchers and the students in the areas of computer science and engineering to exchange their latest research idea and result and to inspire the future breakthroughs. The International Conference on Innovation of Computer Science and Engineering, iCICSE 2020, hosts 4 research tracks that consist of number 1, Computer Network and Distributed System, CDNS, Computer Software Engineering and Information System, CSEIS, Artificial Intelligence and Big Data, AIBD, and the last one, the Interactive Design and Multimedia Application, IDMA. Those tracks represent our faculty main interests. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like personally, as a Dean of Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, FSKTM Putra Malaysia, I would like also to thank you to the keynote speaker, paper presenters and participants for their interest to share the valuable research in this conference. I would like also to take this opportunity to all the members of the organizing committee for their hard work so that they contribute to the success of this conference. Before I end my speech, I would like to take this opportunity to have a most fruitful time and enjoy not only the technical program but also experience of a new normal of attending the conference virtually. With that, thank you very much. See you again. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Rusli Abdullah. Indeed, we actually strive for excellence in everything that we do here at FCSIT UPM. Inshallah, united, we will be able to achieve many more successes in the future. Now, with great honor, I would like to invite Professor Datuk Dr. Zulkifli Idrus, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation, University Putra Malaysia, to deliver his speech and officiate iCICSE 2020. Prof. Datuk, will you do the honor and share your screen with us? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Prof. Datuk, I think the mic is muted still.
Is it okay now?
Okay, great, okay. Great.
All right. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Rusli Abdullah, Dean, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, Universiti Putra Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Abdullah Muhammad, the Conference General Chair. Our distinguished speakers, Professor Graham Kendall, Provost and CEO, the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, and Mr. Muhammad Haikal bin Sarifan, IT Network Consultant, Telecom Malaysia, professors, lecturers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, all praise be to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for His blessings and giving us the opportunity and time to join this conference. It's my great pleasure to cordially welcome all the respected guests and participants to the International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering 2020. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology UPM for their initiative and dedication in organizing this virtual conference held in the new norms due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us pray that may Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala will protect us from this pandemic outbreak and may this conference run smoothly and benefit us all. This is my first experience officiating a seminar online. Okay, so I hope everything will go on smoothly. So ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, thank you for inviting me to deliver this opening speech at this important event. It is indeed an honor for me to be here today to officiate the International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering 2020 or iCICSE 2020. As mentioned by Prof. Rosli just now, the Dean of the Faculty, this is the fourth time iCSE has been organized by the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology UPM. This conference promotes developments in computer science and information technology in a wide range of ways. The mission of iCCSE is to foster and conduct collaborative interdisciplinary research in computer science and engineering fields to benefit the community of practice and society. The capabilities of IT have advanced tremendously in the last 50 years. Computer science applications and network-related technology and activities continue to evolve with each passing year. Ladies and gentlemen, the real challenge ahead is how to connect computer scientists with researchers from other domains. Computer scientists should not only work within their domain, but they also need to understand other domains as well. This leads to what we call interdisciplinary research. Today, top emerging technologies including heuristic, artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, edge, forge and cloud computing, machine learning, wearable and portable biosensors and IoT can be utilized to solve various real-world problems such as healthcare, sports, game, traveling salesman problem, real-time application, bioinformatics, big data, complex scheduling problem, and many more. For instance, using advanced algorithms, data processing capabilities, and IT systems can produce data-driven predictions within seconds with little to no human intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us have been affected by the pervasive outbreak of a new virus, the novel severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. As many as 213 countries and territories have registered COVID-19 cases. And as of October 4, the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases in Malaysia has reached 12,381. The entire world is buzzing with uncertainties and questions. How long will the pandemic last? What will people's lives look like once the pandemic is over? Our lives are transformed on an unprecedented scale. The pandemic impacted everything, teaching and learning style, industry, and altered the course of not only the organization but the nation's growth. This is the best example of real-world problems that require computer scientists to produce solutions. Experience in working with non-computing scientists, such as medical doctors, therapists can help computer scientists understand better healthcare and medical-related problems. Again, artificial intelligence, graphical information system or GIS, and software engineering knowledge could be utilized to develop a mobile application to track the COVID-19 disease. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 tracks of area in iCICSE2020, as mentioned by the Dean, represents the faculty commitment in playing a profound role in contributing to the digitalization era. Note that digital transformation becomes a worldwide focus nowadays, where it integrates various digital technologies into many areas of business. It directly changes how we operate and deliver value to our customers. It shows the relevance of this conference in undertaking and discovering innovation for global issues. Hosting a prestigious event of this nature is not an easy task, and I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartiest congratulations to the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology UPM for organizing iCICSE 2020 successfully. Special thanks to all speakers, participants, and sponsors for their significant contributions and support. I wish all participants and speakers a pleasant, fruitful, and impactful meeting. With the recite, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially officiate the opening of the International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering, iCICSE 2020. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Our heartfelt thanks to you, Professor Dato, for officiating the International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering 2020 just now, and also for the continuous support that you and the university has provided us to see that the program has reached where it is today. May I take a moment to kindly remind and welcome new participants and guests today to enable your chat features and register at the link that's provided. This is for attendance and record keeping purposes only. Thank you very much. This is our 4th year of running this conference. Let's take a moment to flash back on some of the more memorable happenings surrounding the planning, organizing, and actual commencements of iCICSE 2020, and also from the year that it began from 2017 until now. Such wonderful memories have been made over the years. Although this year marks the 4th time iCICSE 2020 has been organized, it is the first time that it is conducted virtually. Exciting experience awaits today and tomorrow. We shall see if this year's conference can top up the past conferences. To commemorate this exciting event, I humbly ask everyone here to enable their camera for a few minutes for a quick online photography session. Is that all right? Okay, so we'll give a few more seconds. Okay, so waiting for a few more people. If you're here, okay. So if everyone's ready, there will be multiple shots. So in 3, 2, 1, number 1, smile, 3, 2, 1, number 2, 3, 2, 1, number 3, 3, 2, 1, number 4. Okay, so I guess that is the end of our photography session. Thank you very much. Once again, on behalf of iCICSE 2020, I'd like to thank each and one of you for your presence and your kind attention. We are now due for a brief morning break. Our program shall resume at 10:45 a.m., starting with the keynote session by our first speaker, Professor Graham Candle from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia campus, with his talk titled Hyperheuristics, Where They Came From and the State of the Art. This session is once again open to all and everyone is invited. See you all in the same channel in a couple of more minutes. Thank you.
We believe that the existence of technology is to improve the quality of human life. Today's technology shapes a better life. Its trickle-down benefits are our life's achievements. Welcome to Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology. Since its inception 2 decades ago, the Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology has been committed to be a world-class institution in computer science and information technology. Backbone by 117 academic and non-academic staff, FSKTM is led by a dean and assisted by 3 deputy deans, besides head of administration and heads of departments. Their commitment makes FSKTM the ultimate choice for education destination. The 4 departments at this faculty are the Department of Computer Science, the Department of Multimedia, the Department of Software Engineering and Information System, and the Department of Communication Technology and Network. A wide range of courses with high employability rate are offered through these departments.
Graduates from this department have high employability rate in the industry. Many of them are successfully employed as multimedia software developer, software entrepreneurs, program analysts, and mobile application developer at various domestic and international agencies.
At the Department of Computer Science, we maintain a strong track record in academic and research programs. We are committed to produce skilled graduates who dare to face the IR 4.0 challenges, mainly in the fields of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data analytics, Internet of Things IoT, and database.
Since the establishment of this department, it has produced many quality graduates in the field of software engineering. Many of them have successfully been placed at the multinational IT-related companies.
The course in this department will produce professionals in the field of computer network. They subsequently will become expert in designing and analyzing the network. This will support the IR 4.0 and the big data, which is the current trend nowadays.
Studies that benefit universal consumers are a top priority at FSKTM. These are the 10 leading areas of expertise. Some of these studies have received recognitions and awards from various institutions, both locally and internationally. Today's computing technology is imperatively relevant in various fields such as education, finance, military and security, communication, green technology, food and agriculture, as well as in many other emerging sectors.
With education and determination, opportunities for career development or career building in this field are wide open. So, by choosing Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology of UPM, Universiti Putra Malaysia, as your education destination is the right of choice.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 4th International Conference on Interdisciplinary Computer Science and Engineering 2020. We have a full day ahead organized for this conference, starting with the keynote address and followed by the parallel sessions after lunch. Before we proceed, I'd like to remind all guests to once again follow the virtual meeting etiquettes and, most importantly, to have all microphones disabled by default until the end of the key speaker's presentation. Any questions relating to the keynote session this morning can be sent via the chat feature throughout the session, but will only be addressed at the end. Now, we shall continue with the most awaited part of our program, the keynote address. Allow me to briefly introduce you to Professor Graham Candle. Professor Graham Candle is the Provost and Chief Executive Officer of the University of Nottingham, Malaysia campus. He is also a Pro-Vice Chancellor of the university and sits on the university's executive board. He had previously worked in the IT industry for 20 years prior to becoming an academic. After successfully completing his PhD in 1999, he was offered an academic position at the University of Nottingham. He was made full professor in 2007 and moved to Malaysia in August of 2011, where he first took up the role of Vice Provost, Research and Knowledge Exchange. In 2016, he became the Provost or CEO of the UNM and also was appointed a Pro-Vice Chancellor of the university. Professor Graham Candle has many outstanding achievements. He is a Fellow of the British Computer Society, FPCS, and the Operational Research Society, FORS. He is an Associate Editor of 10 journals and a former Editor-in-Chief of the IEEE Transactions and Computational Intelligence and AI in Games. He has published over 250 peer-reviewed scientific papers, and over 100 of those is ISI-ranked journals. His research interests or expertise include operations research, evolutionary computation, artificial intelligence, heuristic, meta-heuristics, hyper-heuristics, and addressing real-world applications. Without further ado, I present to you, all the way from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia campus in Semenyih, Professor Graham Candle to address his keynote speech titled Hyper-Heuristics, Where They Came From and the State of the Art. Professor Candle, the virtual floor is yours. I'd like to invite you to share your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Just let me see if I can share my screen, and then we're, it says my screen sharing is disabled. Can you enable that?
I think I can, I see you. We see you clearly here, Professor.
Yeah, but I want to share my presentation, but it says I can't share my screen.
Okay, can you try again? I think it's been enabled now.
Okay, yeah, good.
All right, thank you, Prof.
Okay, so I don't know whether you can see, sorry, just bear with me a second. Can you see my full presentation, or can you at the moment just see my...
Yeah, the first, the cover of your slide, yeah.
Okay, good, all right. Thank you very much. Thanks for that nice introduction. It's always a bit painful listening to it. It's a little bit embarrassing, but thank you very much. And thank you to the for organising this. It's strange times we're living in, and to organise a virtual conference is difficult, I know. So thanks for that, and thank you to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Prof. Zulkifli Idris, and to the Dean, Prof. Rusli Abdullah, for speaking earlier on and also trusting me to give a keynote at this conference. And also thank you to Abdullah. I call him by his first name because he's a very good friend of mine, and I'm proud to call him he's an alumni of the University of Nottingham, and he was my PhD student. So I never thought we'd be living probably within about half an hour of each other, really. So thank you, Abdullah. I know you've done a lot of work in organising this. And also just want to mention Mohammed Haikal, who's giving a keynote tomorrow. I'll be looking forward to that. I'm going to try and log in and watch that. So thanks for that. Just a little bit about myself. Sorry, I should also thank the organisers, RMC, and I know I've mentioned the key people, but there's lots of people who do lots of work in the background who, and you know, and if it wouldn't happen without them, actually, we just have to get on a screen and talk, but all the hard work really goes on behind the scenes. So I've got a long tradition with UPM. As I said, I've supervised a couple of PhD students through a program called MNDP, Malaysia Nottingham Doctoral Program, which goes back about 20 years when it was first looked at. So two people, Abdullah and Razali, are both ex-PhD students of mine, and I know, you know, they work with obviously UPM now through MNDP. And I think partly because of that, and partly because of the good relationships that University of Nottingham, Malaysia and UPM have, I was very honoured probably about 18 months ago, maybe a bit longer, to be made an honorary professor at UPM, which has been very nice. And I've been to UPM a number of times to do various things. And I've chosen this talk, Hypereuristics, because it does go back about 20 years. I mean, you'll see from some of the references that I'm gonna present that it, you know, the references go back 20 years. So you might think, you know, it's not that cutting edge, and hopefully by the end of the talk you'll have some ideas that you can develop, because I still think there's lots of work to do in this area. But the other reason I chose Hypereuristics is because a lot of the work that's been done in this area has been done with colleagues in Malaysia. So as RMC said, I came to Malaysia in 2011, but I'd come to Malaysia a few times before that under this Malaysia Nottingham Doctoral Programme, and supervised students, and a lot of them worked on Hypereuristics. So a lot of this work is not just me or my colleagues back in the UK and Nottingham, it's also colleagues that studied in the UK and have now moved back to Malaysia. So, and it's a big interest of mine. So, you know, I'm very excited about working in this area. I'm just going to try and move my slides on and see if that works. So could you just say, did that slide move okay? And then I won't ask again.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah,
we can
okay,
see Albert
you.
Einstein now.
Okay, good. Yeah, so what I want to talk about really is go through the whole, I don't know, the whole gamut of things that we have available to us, or in my area, in discrete optimization. I do discrete optimization, really, combinatorial optimization. But starting with heuristics, then meta-heuristics, then hypereuristics, which is the main purpose of this talk. And then at the end talking about evolutionary computation, and I'll try and bring them together. But I think we go through from heuristics, which we can date back, you know, I mean, probably hundreds or even thousands of years, but in a computer sense, you know, we can probably date it back to the 60s, 70s, and then evolutionary computation, which is obviously a bit newer. So I'll try and bring those together. Don't know what happened there. Oh, sorry. For some reason I'm adding new slides. So let's have a brief review on what heuristics are. I'm going to talk about three three problem domains, but three big problem domains. And lots of these problems, so I'm going to initially look at the vehicle routing problem, VRP. But you can imagine that VRP covers lots of areas. I mean, it's a subset, or it's an extension of the traveling salesman problem, which was mentioned earlier on. But it can be used in lots of things. So it's not only can be used in delivering goods, it can also be used in things like laying out printed circuit boards, etc., etc. I mean, all of the three domains I'm about to discuss, there's hundreds, thousands, if not millions of applications. But if we look at one of the heuristics for the vehicle routing problem, probably one of the most well-studied problems in combinatorial optimization, one of the original heuristics that was developed was called the sweep algorithm. And if you look at the slide, can you see that slide? Because on my screen I can only see that slide. You can see the vehicle routing slide. Sorry,
sorry, Prof. We're still stuck on the first slide. I think the Albert Einstein.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on? So I'm not quite sure what's happening. I'm just gonna. So I'm not quite sure what's happening. I'm just gonna. Right. Can you now see a vehicle routing slide? Okay.
Yes, VRP.
Okay, good. Thank you. So if you look at this diagram here, the vehicle route, one of the very simplest heuristics that came up, and there's hundreds, if not thousands, and lots of other mechanisms. But the sweep algorithm works by taking the depot, which is that black dot in the middle, and then just sweeping around the polar coordinates. And what it does is it just, as it hits another customer, so the first customer, if we moved in a clockwise direction, the first customer it would hit would be 6, then 7, and then 8. If it then reached the capacity of the vehicle, it would then call that a cluster. It would then move on and pick up 9, 10, 11, possibly then 17. That might be another cluster. And then it would take each of those clusters, and because the cluster can't be any bigger than that, because the capacity of the vehicle would be exceeded, and then it uses the traveling salesman problem to produce an optimal route for that cluster. And it's not a bad heuristic, it works pretty well, but it won't always guarantee, as no heuristics will do, guarantee to provide the optimal solutions. But that's a heuristic for the vehicle routing problem. There's many, many, many others if you're interested in the vehicle routing problem. Another problem that, again, I've worked on quite extensively, but it has many, many applications. I mean, when I first heard about this problem, the bin packing problem, I thought, well, how useful is that? How often do you have to put things into bins? And you can imagine a couple of real world solutions, but actually the bin packing problem has many, many applications. So this, if you want to see this in action, there's a link to a YouTube video there, because I'm sure these slides can be made available if people want them. So there's lots of algorithms again to fit things into bins. So you have something of a certain capacity, and you have to put it into a bin and not exceed the capacity of that bin. So if we look at the slide, we've got some items of weight 11, 2, 15, 5, 6, 17, and 7, and we've got an infinite number of bins, as many as we need, essentially, with a capacity of 20. So, sorry, the first thing we do is we take the first bin, the first weight, in this case 11, and that will fit into the first bin. Then we take the next weight, which is 2, that will fit into the bin because 11 and 2 is 13, so it doesn't exceed 20. When we take the next weight, we can't fit it into the first bin because 11, 2 and 15 would exceed 20. So we open up another bin, then we take item 5 and put that into that will fit into the first bin, and so on. So if we apply that very simple heuristic, we end up with this solution. So it needs 4 bins. But obviously this is a very simple toy problem. If we had hundreds of weights, then it may not produce such a very nice solution, or it often won't. There's certain bounds or certain guarantees we can have on this algorithm, but it's certainly not going to produce an optimal solution every time, far from it. And if we look at another heuristic, this is I call it graph coloring. Other people call it map coloring. In my world, they're the same thing. It's been shown, if you look at the left-hand side of that graph, of that slide, it's been shown that you only ever need 4 colors to color a planar graph such that no 2 colors are next to each other. So if you look at, say, the top red one, which is number 13, then the ones it's connected to, so 12, 14 and 5, that can't be red either. And you can extend this to maps, which is why it's called map coloring. So if I give you an arbitrary map of countries, states, whatever, it doesn't matter, and you can divide it up how you want, you can put some really funny shapes in there. The proof says you only need 4 colors to color that map so that there's no 2 adjacent colors. Now that actually was proven in 1976 by a computer, but it's a fairly complicated proof, went to hundreds of pages and no one really understood it. A simpler proof was produced in 1997, because I'm not a mathematician, but mathematicians hate proofs by a computer because they'd really rather do it themselves, and computer proofs tend to be either not understandable or very complex to work through. So in 1997, a simpler proof was produced, and an even simpler proof in 2005. But graph coloring, and we'll look at it again later on, graph coloring can actually be used in many, many applications. So again, when I first heard about graph coloring, I thought, well, how useful can that be? Okay, I can see that we can color maps with it, but what else can we do with it? I can't imagine anything else we can do with it. But actually, graph coloring underpins problems such as examination timetabling, which is faced by every institution around the world. If you want to schedule exams or courses, actually, but if you want to schedule exams, then one of the fundamental principles you can use is graph coloring, because if you've got a student sitting in an exam, and you paint that exam yellow, then if a student sit in another exam, you put a vertex between those 2 exams, and you can't paint that yellow. You've got to have it as a different color because the student can't sit in exam at the same time. So those 3 problems that I've looked at in heuristics, vehicle routing problem, bin packing and graph coloring, there's hundreds or thousands of problems that those can solve, and that's obviously only scratching the surface of the type of problems that we can look at. And sorry, I'm not going to give you a heuristic for the graph coloring problem, because if you're interested in it, there's a paper written, again, quite early, 1991, which describes some heuristics to do that. So they're heuristics, and I'm going to come on to it in a moment and talk about the problems with heuristics and the motivation between hyperheuristics. But I next want to talk about meta-heuristics. So meta-heuristics, the term was coined, I think, in 1986 by Fred Glover. Fred Glover's there, who's still very active in research. Over the COVID period, I was on a webinar and he was presenting. He's really best known for taboo search. If you do any work on taboo search, Fred Glover's name comes up almost immediately. But he really termed the coin meta-heuristic, and I think it was a paper in 1986, I think, might be 1983. But meta-heuristic is really a way of trying to help heuristics along. So if we look at a bin packing problem, if you pick the wrong heuristic, you can quickly get stuck in a local optimum where the optimum might be 20 bins, but you've actually got 30 bins, and there's no way to escape from that. Once you've opened another bin and put a piece in it, then you're committed to using that bin. And if you take that to its logical conclusion, you can be using many more bins that you actually need. So meta-heuristics really came along to try and get around the limit, or get around some of the limitations of heuristics. And there's many, many meta-heuristics. I mean, again, this slide just shows a very small example of them, but some of the, in my mind, actually the well-known ones, because I've worked on them: simulated annealing, which is almost in the middle of the screen there, maybe 2/3 down. And this, I think this type of graph is called an Erdős graph, obviously after the mathematician Erdős. And it tries to categorize these algorithms into what characteristics they have. So simulated annealing, if you look on the left-hand side, can have memory or it can't have memory. It's on the, sorry, it does have a memory. Simulated annealing certainly has a memory. So if it's, sorry, simulated annealing does not have a memory. Taboo search, slightly to the left, some does have a memory as well, because it remembers what things are taboo, but some, so genetic programming, tends to not have a memory. Some of these algorithms are naturally inspired. So if you look at the green ones, if you're seeing the same colors that I am, but the left-hand sort of block. So genetic algorithms, genetic programming, evolutionary programming, differential evolution, particle swarm optimization are all inspired by some aspect of the real world. Simulating and annealing falls into there somewhere. Taboo search is on the cusp. So there's lots of these meta-heuristics which really are designed to allow us to escape from a local optima. But what meta-heuristics tend to do is they require lots of parameter tuning. So if I'm a big fan of simulated annealing because it's very easy to code. It's got very few parameters, 4 parameters typically. If I write a program or an algorithm that uses simulated annealing, I can say, right, I've done great on this benchmark. Someone else who's a big fan of genetic algorithms could say, I'm going to beat that. They could sit there for minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, refining their genetic algorithm, and that will work. And I'll come along and I'll refine my simulated annealing. And we basically trade off how good we are, essentially how good we are at programming and how good we are at analyzing and refining our algorithms. When one of us concedes, when one of us says, actually, I can't do any better than that, then I can say, right, my simulated annealing algorithm is the best on this problem. But actually, I've refined it so much that I can't use the algorithm for anything else. If I suddenly move from a bin packing problem to a vehicle routing problem, I almost have to start again. You know, there's no easy way of transport or converting my very, very good bin packing problem into a vehicle routing problem. And I'll say a bit more about that with hyperheuristics in a moment. But I just want to show you, and this I'm always fascinated by this, one of the problems with heuristics. So this was a problem which was posed by Richard Graham, a famous mathematician, when he was one of the best people at bin packing. He's one of the world's leading researchers in bin packing, and he came up with this problem. So you've got all these weights here, so they're sorted here by 442, 252, 252, 252, and then going down to 127. So they're sorted in columns, and we've got to pack all of those weights into bins that have got a capacity of 524. And if we were live, I'd probably ask, how would you do that? I can't really do that virtually because you're all muted and things, but I would ask how would you do that? And if there was 30 people in a room, we could come up with 30 ways of doing that. Some people would say, pick a piece at random and put it in a bin, and then pick another piece at random and put it in the bin that's less full or most full or whatever. So, you know, we could come up with lots of heuristics. So we're going to look at one heuristic, but just bear in mind that number 46 is in red at the moment, and we'll come back to that. So how would you do it? Well, one way of doing it is the heuristic we looked at earlier on in bin packing was the first fit heuristic. So you take each item and you put it into the bin that will fit, that will, accept that bin. So the first one it fits into. What we didn't do was we didn't sort it. So I can't remember if you remember back. So the weights were 11, 2, 15, 5, 6, 17 and 7. They weren't sorted. So what we were doing there was just the first fit algorithm, as it says on that screen. We've changed that slightly now. In this example, that we're doing largest fit, first fit heuristic. And the largest fit says sort the objects in decreasing order of weight, which we've done there. If you look down the columns, you take them in that order and you put each object into the first bin that will accommodate that object. The bins are also ordered in the order they came into use. So you look at bin 1 first, then bin 2, bin 3. If we run that algorithm, you can see that when we open up bin 1, the first weight, it fits in 442. When we try and put the next weight in there of 252, it doesn't fit because that will exceed the capacity of 524. So we open up another bin. The next 252 will fit in. But then when we open up the fourth item, we have to open up another bin. So we continue in that way. And if we run that algorithm, largest fit, first fit heuristic, we end up requiring 7 bins, and each of those are filled to capacity. So that's obviously an optimal solution. We can't reduce the number of bins, just by inspection, we can't do that. But obviously we've only got, I think, 33 items. So, it's a very small problem. But if you look at item 46, which was the one that I said keep an eye on, if we take that out, if we took that out of that solution, we could obviously just take that out. So it's down there, the left-hand side, second item that went into bin 1. We can obviously just take that out. It would reduce the capacity of 524 by 46, which I can't do in my head. But we would still need 7 bins. But if we just take that item out of our original list and run that algorithm again, we get this solution. So we know, because we've done a previous experiment, that we can fit it into 7 bins. But if we run that same algorithm, we now need an extra bin. And that's obviously not an optimal solution because we know we can fit those items into 7 bins. But the problem is we never know what is an optimal solution. So if I just gave you this and said to you, is that an optimal solution? You wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know. You might be able to work it out, but if I gave you a much larger problem and said, is that an optimal solution? You just wouldn't know. So that's one of the problems heuristic. So, and it's a real conundrum, this one, because we've taken out a piece and we've got a worse solution than if we had left that piece in. So I just want to move on to some discussion which really motivates hyperheuristics. So what we're doing, and I described earlier on about if I was working on simulating annealing and Abdullah, for example, was working on genetic algorithms, we'd have this sort of gunfight at the OK Corral about who can basically write the best program or tune the parameters the best. And we end up searching for better solutions to benchmark instances. And it's one gripe of mine. If you go back through the combinatorial optimization literature in computer science, certainly in the heuristics and meta-heuristics journals, we're always looking at how we can improve on the benchmark problems. And I'm as guilty as anyone on doing this, but if you look at examination timetable, in which I've got an interest in, I think Mike Carter introduced some data sets in 1996, and people are still trying to improve on those. And those data sets have done fantastic work motivating algorithm development, but they don't address any real world problem, really. They're not, even he come from the University of Toronto. even if they addressed the University of Toronto problem, they wouldn't address UPM's problem or UNM's problem or any other problem, because they're all totally different. But people have been fixated for years on trying to get better and better solutions to those benchmark problems. So we get a set of benchmark problems, and this goes across vehicle routing, bin packing, graph coloring, and any other combinatorial optimization problem you can think of. We have a set of benchmark problems. We develop new methodologies, ever more sophisticated, in order to improve on those best known solutions. But to what purpose? All we're doing is publishing a paper that says I've got a 0.1% increase on the best known solutions. And we, as the academic community, applaud that, because we peer review it and publish it, and what the good does it do us? So what we end up with is handcrafted, bespoke algorithms which are not transferable. If I've got a fantastic solution to the bin packing problem, it's probably not going to work on examination timetabling or other problems. So one of the motivations between Hypeuristics is looking for more general search algorithms. So our motivation was, can we have methodologies that enable us to have more general search algorithms? And really, we want an off-the-peg system. This was one of our motivations. This goes back to 2000. We wrote a research proposal in 2000 that said one of our ideals is that a small company can go in, take CDs at the time, you download them now, but take a CD off the shelf and be able to use that algorithm, whether it is for a bin packing problem, whether it is for a vehicle routing problem or whatever. We're still not there yet. I mean, there's still very much an open research question. And we aim to have a solution quality that's as good as possible, but not necessarily optimal, because if we go into a company, and we've worked with many companies over the years, and it's music to our ears when they say to us, we've got this problem, and we say, how do you solve it? And they say, well, we do it manually. And we think, well, that's fantastic, because we can beat that, because we can just do millions of iterations in a minute or even a couple of hours, and we can probably beat their solution. When we beat their solution, we make no guarantee about optimality. They're just very happy that they've got a better solution, probably faster and with less manpower than it took them before. So the industrial world is not really interested in optimal solutions, because they wouldn't know it if they saw it. And even if they did, if it took them another couple of hours, they'd rather have a solution, a good quality solution that they can work with. So we're not really worried about optimal solutions. We're more worried about good quality solutions that the end user is happy with. So that came up with our mantra, which you'll see in a number of our papers, that says we want solutions which are good enough. So are they good enough for the problem owners? If the problem owner says, I'm happy with that, I don't care if it's 20% away from the optimal solution. As long as they're happy, then we're happy. Is it soon enough? We could guarantee or give them some bounds on the optimality gap. We could give them a guarantee, but it might take too long. If they're running a production line, and they say, if you don't get me something that I can use in 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 hours, it doesn't matter. If you don't get me that, then my production line stops, and that's going to cost me a fortune. So I want something soon enough. And actually, I don't really care what it is, as long as I've got something that I can work with. So we want solutions which are good enough and soon enough, and then cheap enough. We can measure cheap enough in computational time. We can measure it in how much it costs to do the software or the software development or whatever. But, we're not going to go and produce a solution for an end user which they can't afford, however they measure that affordability. So we've always aimed for this good enough, soon enough, cheap enough, and not necessarily aiming for optimality. The problem with the scientific world is, and I blame myself here as well, I'm not having a go at anyone here, is that we get papers to review, and we say, and we had a paper once that using Hypeuristics addressed 5 domains actually: a vehicle routing problem, an examination timetabling problem, five other domains. I can't remember. I might reference the paper later on. And the reviewers come back and said, but you haven't beaten any of the benchmark instances on any of those domains. And our argument was, and we blame ourselves because we didn't put it across well enough, but we're saying, but you've got one algorithm which addresses all those five problem domains. All the other algorithms have been bespoke, handcrafted, parameter tuned, to the end of their life. And that paper did eventually get published, but it was a really tough thing to get published. And to us, it's probably one of our best papers because it's an algorithm which works across lots of problem domains. So this is what we proposed, and this goes back many, many years, probably nearly 20 years now, of what a hypeheuristic is. And it was a lot of people discussed it, and we spent a lot of time at conferences sort of we're defending it, refining it. But essentially what we want is a hypeheuristic at the top, and we'll talk more about that in a moment, but a hypeheuristic at the top which says, this is an algorithm I'm going to run. I don't care what problem I'm solving. Yeah, it could be vehicle routing, bin packing, it doesn't matter. I don't know what that algorithm is. Because in the middle, there's a domain barrier. And that domain barrier doesn't let any information about the domain pass between it, either downward direction or an upward direction. And at the bottom, you have a set of low-level heuristics. So in something like bin packing, it might be first fit algorithm, it might be first fit heuristic, it might be largest first fit, worst fit, random. You can imagine a whole load of heuristics. And if you look at that graph coloring problem, there was certainly 4 heuristics in that paper that I referred to. So you just implement these low-level heuristics and you have an evaluation function which says how good that is. All the hypeheuristic has to do, and it's not easy, but all the hypeheuristic has to do is say, should I now call heuristic 1? Once I've done that, should I call heuristic 5? Should I call heuristic 7? It's really just looking for an ordering of what heuristics it can call. And this was our first go, if you like, at hyperheuristics, really to separate the search algorithm from the low-level heuristics. And our idea was, if we've implemented bin packing, then, and we wanted to do nurse rostering, we've done some work on nurse rostering problem, we take out the heuristics for bin packing, we plug in nurse rostering heuristics, and the hyperheuristic just worked with those heuristics. That was our idea. And it's worked. I mean, over the years, it's worked. So at the top level, the hyperheuristic has to do 2 things. It has to decide what heuristic to call next, and it doesn't know anything about what that heuristic does. It doesn't know it's even bin packing. It doesn't know what it does. It may know, has it improved the evaluation function in the past, because that's not domain specific. We can pass that back up through the domain barrier saying, yeah, it improved the solution. It may know that it took only 3 milliseconds to run, whereas that's heuristic 5. Heuristic 7 takes 10 seconds to run. So it might prefer to call a heuristic which runs faster. But it's the hyperheuristic, all it's got to do is decide which heuristic to call next. Then it needs to decide whether to accept it. So if you go back to meta-heuristics, if you think about simulated annealing, essentially what simulated annealing does is it always accepts a better solution, and sometimes it accepts a worse solution. And that's simulated annealing is essentially hill climbing, and it's just a way of trying to escape from that local optima that it gets stuck every so often. So if you run heuristic 5 and it produces a better solution or even a worse solution, the hyperheuristic needs to know whether to accept that solution and say, yes, that's my current solution. But none of that is domain specific. Then in the bottom level, really our holy grail, if you like, is to generate those heuristics, because what I've just said is if you go from traveling salesman problem and you put a load of heuristics in, we've said in papers, and you'll see it if you go and refer to them, all you need to do is take those heuristics out and plug in nurse rostering problems, and now you're solving a nurse rostering problem. And people in the audience, and it's a valid criticism, said, yeah, but that's okay, but that's a lot of work. I mean, just to throw away TSP heuristics and plug in nurse rostering or bin packing or graph coloring is a lot of work, which it is. So an ideal solution is that we generate these heuristics. So then if we can automatically select heuristics, we can automatically decide whether we accept those heuristics or not, and we have some way of generating heuristics, then we can have a system which is able to adapt to different problem domains. We developed that over the years, and this is a paper that we published probably about 10 years into this research. So this was published in about 2010, where you can still see that we've got down the middle, if you like, heuristic selection. So which heuristics do we select? Heuristic generation, how do we generate those heuristics? And then we do construction heuristics. Constructive heuristics are much faster because you construct it and that's it. Or perturbation heuristics, where it's essentially an iterative process. So, you know, we've got those to look at. So this is just a refinement of the model I showed just now. And then on the left-hand side, do we have online learning, offline learning, or no learning? Because one of the things we discuss in papers that we've written is, if we run, say, a bin packing problem and we define a hypeheuristic and we let it run for 3 days, do we then want to stop it and then just apply that hypeheuristic in a very quick way to other problems? So it's all, you know, an offline situation. Or do we want to be online? Do we want the hypeheuristic to carry on learning forever? So if we give it a new benchmark or a new instance, does it keep refining itself? Or do we not have any learning? Do we just do the hypeheuristic and we just let it finish and that's it? It never has an opportunity to learn again. I'll say a bit more about this graph in a little while. So our first work on hypheuristics, and you'll see I'm not going to go through these papers, but I've sort of given some references to if you're interested in this particular area, and I've given a complete list of references at the end of the paper, at the end of the presentation. But this really was our first ever selection hypeheuristic. So how do we decide whether we want to, well, how do we decide which heuristic, low-level heuristic to call? And this was the first one. So this was done by Eric Subiega. It was my first ever PhD student, actually. And he did some great work in this area. You can see Eric's name throughout those publications, apart from the top one, which was after he had left. But essentially, we have three terms, which says F1 says how well has each heuristic performed recently, or how well has it performed. I mean, it might not be recently. We can put some aging into that. How well has it performed? Because if it performs well, we probably want to call it again because it seems like a good heuristic. So if H2 continually produces a better solution, then let's call heuristic 2 again, H2 again and again. We don't know, as a hypeheuristic, we don't know what H2 does, but we just know it's done pretty well. And then how well have they performed in pairs? So H3 might be a really bad heuristic, but H5 might be a really good heuristic as long as H3 comes before it. So if you call H5, it's terrible. If you call H3, it's terrible. But if you call H3 followed by H5, it might actually perform pretty well. So we also keep how well heuristics have performed in pairs. We could extend that, obviously, to triplets and quad heuristics. We didn't do that. So F1 and F2 really measures how well heuristics are doing, either individually or in pairs. But then we also want to make sure that we don't get stuck in the local optima. So if heuristic 7 is a bad heuristic and it just never does any improvements and it never works well with other heuristics, it's never going to get called in any way, shape or form. So we do keep a track of how long it is, how many iterations has gone since it was called. And then every so often that F3 term gets more and more weight. So H7, heuristic 7, the bad heuristic, will get called at some point because we might just want to mix things up a bit. We don't really care. We just want to give it an opportunity. So that was our very first hypeheuristic. And as I say, that goes back, if you look at the dates on the papers, sort of when Eric Subiega started his PhD, goes back to about 2001. We also looked, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but again, if you're interested, and we can have a conversation afterwards if you want to get in contact with me. But we also looked at taboo search as a hypeuristic. So taboo search, what taboo search typically does is hold a solution, and metaheuristics do this. They hold a solution, whether it's an exam timetabling solution or a bin packing solution, and then the metaheuristic works on that problem directly. What we've tried to do with a taboo search hypeuristic is take that, if you like, direct operation on the solution space, and instead the taboo search is working on a set of heuristics. So the taboo search, again, similar to the previous example I gave, is really keeping a list of heuristics, and they compete with each other in the way that taboo search makes things compete. Recent heuristics are made taboo, so if a heuristic doesn't do well, or it does do well, or however you want to define it, then it's made taboo, so it can't be called again for a while. And we rank low-level heuristics based on their estimated performance potential. Essentially, I mean, I can go into the details if people want me to, but essentially we're saying the taboo search is looking at a set of heuristics rather than solution space directly, and it's deciding, depending whether heuristics do well or not, to make them taboo so they can't be called again for a certain number of iterations. We also looked, and this is not a big area of mine, to be honest. I've done one paper on case-based reasoning. I wouldn't say this out loud to some of my colleagues in Nottingham. I'm not a big fan of case-based reasoning. But case-based reasoning really tries to find heuristics tries to find things that work well, and then tries to find a similarity measure with other things that might work well. So Roncu and Sanja Petrovic really led on this work. They are big fans of case-based reasoning. If they can find a heuristic that worked well, and then somehow similarity match it to another heuristic, then they will call that heuristic. And they've had some good success with it, actually. The big problem I have with case-based reasoning is that similarity measure. If you've got first fit, largest fit heuristic for bin packing, how do you similarity match that with other heuristics? But they've done some good work on that. It's just not it's not my idea of a problem that I want to address. But if you're interested in case-based reasoning, certainly look at the work that Sanja Petrovic and Roncu did in Nottingham. They did a lot of work on that. So going back to our model now, our model of hypeheuristics, what we've really talked about there, scratch the surface, is selection heuristics, whether it's the choice function, taboo search, or case-based reasoning. And you can put anything in there. We've done it with genetic algorithms, genetic programming, lots of things. But essentially, it's what heuristic do I call next? And it's got to return a result. Do I call heuristic 5, heuristic 6, heuristic 7? All you're trying to do is get a good algorithm. And importantly, and I know I keep emphasizing this point, but it will work on other problems, because if heuristic 1 is a bin packing problem, the hypeuristic doesn't know that. If you put heuristic 1, it's now an exam timetabling problem. It's just heuristic 1. So that was our really early work. We probably worked on selection of heuristics probably from about 2000, or well, still working on it now, actually. It's still open research questions, but worked intensely on it for about 6-7 years, I would guess. Then we also looked at acceptance of heuristics. So as I said earlier, if we can nail these 3 things on the right of that diagram, we might be able to have a solution which is that off the peg solution. So at the moment, 2010, our selection was either, if it improves, then accept that heuristic, or accept the solution that heuristic produced. If it didn't improve, then reject that solution. We did put simulated annealing in there, because that seems the obvious thing to do, because we don't want to get stuck in a local optima. We don't want to keep calling heuristic 2, it never improves it. So we just keep calling heuristic 2, never improves it. We just get stuck in a local optima. So we did put simulation annealing in there, but that's an obvious thing to do. And this work was really done by Nasser Sabah, who was a PhD student at UKM, and is a PhD student of Masri Ayob, some of you may know, and Masri was a PhD student of mine under this MND pre-program, which is why I ended up working with NASA. He's now a lecturer at La Trobe University in Melbourne. But essentially, if you look at his diagram here, you can still see the problem independence part, but he used gene expression programming, which is if you like, a variation of genetic programming, not only to make the heuristic selection. So if you see on the left-hand side of the middle part, he was deciding which low-level heuristics to select. Then he was applying it to the calling that heuristic and then applying it to the solution space, and then passing it back up and deciding whether to accept it. And again, that acceptance was done on using gene expression programming. So that sort of fits one of our criteria. If you can do that, then if you plug in a bin packing problem and then suddenly you change that to a nurse rostering problem, the hype heuristic will adjust its acceptance criteria for that problem domain, or for even that problem instance. If you had 10 bin packing instances, you could actually generate a new acceptance criteria for each instance, and that's done automatically. So if you look at the top part of that diagram now, we can automatically select heuristics. We have ways, and people have done a lot of work on this now, in accepting those heuristics. Importantly, it's done automatically, and that the hype heuristic is not in control or doesn't know about the problem domain. So the last part of the puzzle, I think, is generation of heuristics. And again, we've got a couple of papers on the right there, which you might want to refer to. But if we can generate heuristics for a particular problem domain, then we don't have to worry about implementing those heuristics. So again, another PhD student of mine, Matt Hyde, that green paper at the bottom is shown there in the middle. He evolved heuristics, and he managed to evolve the first fit heuristic with genetic programming, which actually sounds quite simple, because if you know genetic programming, it actually can be fairly complex in the way it works. But essentially, what he generated out of genetic programming, certainly refined, was that program in the bottom left of that screen, which is essentially first fit heuristic. If he can generate that, then by changing the starting position or running the GP again, he could generate lots of other heuristics. So the first fit heuristic that he generated could be heuristic 1. He could generate many others, so you could have 20 heuristics. You run that as a precursor to the hype heuristic, if you like, that you plug them in as the low-level heuristics, and then you've got an acceptance criteria, and you've got a heuristic selector, and then suddenly we've opened this world to being having if you like, a closed hype heuristic system where we can generate the heuristics, we can select them, and we can decide whether to decide which ones to call. So the main work that's been done in the last, I would say, 10 years is on these heuristic generation, but we're certainly far from this idea we had in 2000 of a piece of software that you can take off the shelf and run against many systems. I'm just keeping an eye on the time. I know I started a little bit late, so I've probably got about another 5 minutes. Is that okay? I'm just looking at the MC nodding. That's good. Thumbs up. Excellent. So, and again, this was, again, some of Matt Hyde's work. He used in the previous example, he was using genetic programming. In this example, he was using grammatical evolution, which in red there automatically designs good quality local search heuristics that maintain their performance on new problem instances. So again, this was published in the IEEE Transactions on EC, and you can see it was 2012. You know, it's getting on for 10 years now. But I think this is one of my, sort of feels like one of my most important papers. It's in a good journal. and it opens up this idea of generating heuristics, which, as I said earlier on, is sort of the holy grail of hyperheuristics. So just looking back at our first model and our, if you like, our later model. So this model on the left was produced in about 2000. The model on the right was produced in about 2010, and I think that's sort of the current, well, maybe not state of the art, but certainly the current model. But we'd certainly like to work on putting those two even further, well, not together, they're not together now, but putting them together and coming up with another model, if you like, of what hyperheuristics should do. Because you'll note in there, we haven't got an acceptance criteria in there. We haven't really, I mean, we do in the paper, but online, offline, and no learning is, you know, could do with some redefining, some redefinition, maybe breaking down into some more points. So I think, you know, it does seem amazing to me, because I've been working on this for about 20 years, but in 20 years, we've gone from, in 10 years, we went from the diagram on the left to the diagram on the right, and we could do with another one now, and hope, you know, as I say, it's 20 years on. So I think our plan was 20 years ago was to have these three elements, selection, acceptance criteria, and generation of heuristics, to have some off-the-shelf software. We're far from that yet. So there's, you know, there's lots of work that we can do on that. And there's also been work on that, or there's been discussion. I'm not sure we've ever done it. I'm not aware of people who've done it, but that domain barrier, we've been very strict on that. But, you know, could that domain barrier be a little transparent? So, you know, maybe the hyperheuristic at the top does know something about the problem domain. Like fundamentally, that seems wrong to me, and, you know, the work I've done in the last 20 years, but, you know, there's lots of areas that we could work on there. Just want to bring it maybe a little more up to date. So a while ago, or 2018, I published a paper in IEEE Computation Intelligence magazine after I did a keynote speak at the Congress on Evolutionary Computation conference in Toronto. And essentially I said that evolutionary computation has been active for about 60 years. And actually, have we made much progress? I mean, the original idea of people like some of the AI pioneers, Larry Fogel, people like that, was that we should be able to evolve programs. But, you know, 60 odd years on, we haven't done that. 3D printing only came about in 1983. You can go and buy a 3D printer and put that in your bedroom. You can't go and take an off-the-shelf system to automatically evolve programs. It's still a very, it's a black art. I was going to say it's an art more than a science, but it's a black art. You know, we can't do that. Things like immersive reality, artificial intelligence have really taken off over the last few years. But the two methods we look at, genetic programming and hyperheuristics, genetic programming, I think, you know, John Koser did some, you know, the seminal work on it, I think back in I think he was doing it in the mid 80s, but certainly about 1997 when his first book came out. You know, and it was, the panacea was, we should be able to generate programs, and genetic programming can generate programs, but they can generate very small programs with no guarantees of what they, you know, of performance. And hyperheuristics are the same, really. So we would really like people to look at automated software development and hyperheuristics, and maybe that's where we need to go for companies to look at how they can automatically develop software solutions for themselves. So if we go back, in one of the seminal GP papers, this was from probably John Koser, it says automatic programming requires developing a computer program that can produce a desired output for a given set of inputs. That's fine, but that's 99, 2009. So that's 30 years ago. We had this ambition to generate computer programs ourselves. And realistically, we can't do that yet. We can, but, you know, it's very small problems. So, and our research proposal in 2000, this is what I was referring to earlier on, says we will try to demonstrate how quick and cheap to implement knowledge-poor heuristics can be used within a framework to provide a methodology suited to fast and cheap development of industrial and commercial systems. This will lead to a prototype hyper-heuristic toolbox for the user community. We said that in 2000, 20 years ago. We're nowhere near that. So genetic programming hasn't delivered for us. Hyper-heuristics, if I'm honest, hasn't delivered for us. But things like 3D, artificial intelligence, immersive reality, 4IR, which has been mentioned today already, all of those are delivering. People are working on those. But these two fundamental concepts, so maybe they're bad ideas, but we're not working on those at the moment, or they're not working for us. So my if you like, grand challenge, and I said this in 2017, I think, when I gave the presentation, it's published in 2018, is can we put evolutionary computation, hyper-heuristic, search-based software engineering into a single framework, and then provided with a problem, that framework should be able to develop, or should be able to produce solutions to the home user. And the example I gave in that paper, in this paper, I think, is that you can now buy a 3D printer to produce almost anything you want at home, but you can't automatically produce programs using any software that's available today. And I think hyper-heuristics and genetic programming and search-based software engineering offers the opportunity to do that, but it needs to be brought together. Okay, so there's a number of references there which I've referenced through the paper, so if you ever get these slides, you can see them all in one place. So I'll stop there and I think, I don't know, back to the MC or look at the chat. I don't know how this is going to work, but thanks for your time in listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Candle, for the insightful sharing of knowledge. It is interesting to see that the research that had stemmed from heuristic evolved to meta-heuristic and now spanning to hyper-heuristic. Indeed, we are in a constant quest over finding solutions which are good, fast, yet cheap, right? So we have been receiving positive feedback from our audience. Since we have some time, we will go through and we'll take in some of the questions from the floor. Is it okay if I read off the questions from the chat and perhaps you can answer them, Professor?
Yes, please, because I can't see the chat at the moment. My screen's gone a bit weird, so that would be very useful. Thank you. Yeah, I'll read the name. The first question is from Nur Azura Hussein, and she's asked about how can the hyper-heuristic be implemented for data security? It will be interesting to have a further discussion on what's meant by data security. But I know, and I'm not sure this is answering the question that she was asking, but I know in the past some colleagues of mine, they've moved on now, but in Nottingham, were looking at cyber attacks and the way that people can attack computers by they were using artificial immune systems and essentially trying to work out whether when someone accessed a computer, you're back, so you just unshared my screen, whether someone was attacking their computer, whether it is an anomaly rather than a sort of a normal thing. So an idea just off the top of my head, and data security is not my area of expertise, but you could have a hyper-heuristic running on a computer, and if people try to access that computer to try and work out whether it was an anomalous, whether it was an attack or whether it should be done. But I would think you would need to be generating heuristics that said, actually, if I see this type of approach into my data, that seems okay based on lots of other approaches I've got. If not, I would flag it up. I think it's important to say also that we, as a research group back in the UK and extended to Malaysia now, we tend not to take these actions. We don't let the computer take the action, if you like. So we did some work with National Air Traffic Services in Heathrow about planes, and we're always very keen to say it's a decision support system. We don't want the computer to make a decision, certainly where planes are involved. And I think similarly, if you had a data security system, you'd need a system in the background that flagged up to the to the computer owner or to the tech support that there's possibly a problem, and not either just ban or stop the person entering or let everybody in. So I haven't answered that question very well because data security is not my area, but I'd imagine you could generate heuristics based on information that you saw coming into the servers or whatever on a day-to-day basis, and try and generate some heuristics of what looks good and what looks bad.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Perhaps that's another new niche for potential collaboration in the future. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just take a moment to remind all participants, audience this morning, can you redirect yourself to the chat section and complete registration? There's a link provided there. Just just click on the link and fill up the Google form, I believe. Okay. All right. So we have a few more questions. I think 4 or 5 at this stage. Another question is from Normalia Binti Samian, and she is asking, "Hi, Prof. Thanks for your sharing. What is the most relevant real-time applications of hyperheuristic algorithm?"
So we've not really been able to get hyperheuristics out there in the real world. We've used them on a couple of we've used them on case studies in, we did some work for a TV company recently. I was signed NDAs and also recently, maybe 5 years ago. I can't tell you the TV. It's a UK TV company, and they wanted to schedule adverts, and we used hyperheuristics in that because at different times of the day you have different criteria and different demographics watching, etc. So we did use hyperheuristics. They paid us consultancy to do that, but it never went live. They decided it's similar to artificial neural networks where it's a bit too black box for them. We were saying you should do this, and they were saying why. We don't know. The hyperheuristic have told us why. Computer says do it this way, and they weren't happy with that. So we haven't got an example of a real world application being used. But if someone asked me I think the most important thing of a real world application is that at some point you have to make a decision. So, we've had this discussion before, and the example we always talk about is if a computer is flying a plane, they have automatic pilots, and if that plane is going towards a mountain and it's a real world, you don't really care what the computer does as long as it just gets that mounting out of the way. So I think if I was designing a real world application for a real time system, I think I would have a hyperheuristic running. Part of that criteria would be every so often you have to call a heuristic. So let's call it heuristic 0. Every so often you have to call a heuristic 0, which makes sure that you're actually meeting the real world requirement, the real time requirements. And if you're not, then I would have some default actions that says, you need to do this. I don't care what the hyperheuristic is saying or the genetic algorithm or whatever. I don't care what it's saying. We're in a real world situation and you need to do this. So I would think in a real time application, I would build in some backstops that says, you just need to do this now. I don't care what this super duper hyperheuristics is saying. But we haven't actually deployed a real time hyperheuristic algorithm.
Thank you, Prof. We have a few more questions, but I'm wondering if there are any questions from our audiences as well who would like to enable their mic and ask a question. We can take one live before we go back to the list, if there's any. No, not yet. So, okay, we're giving some more time, but we'll continue with the next question from Erzam. The question is, Salam Prof. Graham, what is the difference between heuristics and evaluation function in one of your slides? Thank you.
So heuristic is what you apply to the solution. So if you've got a partial solution, so let's say you've got, 10 items to pack into a bin and you're halfway through, and so you've packed 5 items, the heuristic might be, one of the heuristic might be, what item do I choose next? You've got 5 items left to pack, or another heuristic could be, actually, I'm going to unpack an item. There's no reason why a heuristic can't unpack an item. So the heuristic is really saying, what do I do next? Do I pack another item? And if so, what bin do I put it in? Or do I unpack another item? And if so, what what item do I take out of which bin. So that's the heuristic. The evaluation function says, how good is that solution? So you can evaluate at various points. You can either say, I'm going to run through all of the items and pack them, and then I'm going to say, how good is that? And typically in a bin packing problem, it's how many bins have I used? Maybe it's the fullness of each one as well, but an example I gave wouldn't work very well when we took that number 46 out. So you can either pack all the items, and at each choice point, you're deciding which item to pack. And when you've got to the end, you say, how good is that solution? That's the evaluation of that set of heuristics being applied. Another way of doing it is you pack one item, and then you say, how good is that solution now? You evaluate that solution now, partially evaluate. Well, it's not partial evaluation, it's partial solution evaluation. And then that might feed back into which heuristic you then use to pack the next item. So heuristic is what do I do next? Evaluation is, as a result of doing that, how good is it?
Thank you, Prof. I forgot to mention, if anyone from our live audience, if you need to ask questions live, can you please ask for permission in the chat first, and then we will grant you permission to unmute your mic here. Thank you. Okay, I think I'll continue with two more questions. One is from Nur Shabila Zabidi. Dear Prof, is there any differences between heuristic evaluation and usability evaluation, specifically in human-computer interaction? Thanks.
Okay, I saw that. I can see the chat now, and I saw that question. I was dreading you asking me that question because, only HCI is not my area of expertise. So and obviously the person asking the question, I suspect, has expertise in that area. But no, my simplistic answer is I don't think so, because when you're trying to, if you design a GUI and you're trying to work out how well that works, then you would have some way of evaluating that. So that's your evaluation function. But HCI is not, it's not something I know a lot about. But no, I don't think there is any difference. It's just the way, presumably, HCI people spend a lot of their time trying to work out, looking at people's eye tracking or the way they move their mouse or whatever, and you just have to build that into an evaluation function.
Thank you, Prof. So there's another question from Erzam again. He's asking, hi, Prof. This is more like the trending or current situation. What went wrong with the UK A-level exam result fiasco earlier this year? Was it due to some bad heuristics?
So it was an absolute fiasco. I've actually not looked at the algorithm. And whether it was bad heuristics or not, I mean, everyone's blaming the algorithm, and I think the algorithm is wrong. And I probably don't. Well, I would say this as a computer scientist. I'm probably not blaming the algorithm designers. They probably implemented what they were told to implement. And I think where it went wrong, and again, I've not looked at the algorithm. I think where it went wrong is that one solution to the problem was the teachers' evaluation, if you like, and the worry was that the teachers would be too kind to their students because they want to be good to their students, but also if they get too bad A-level results, it affects their school rankings. So I think that the teachers are very professional, but they've probably got some bias in there, even if it's unconscious bias. I think the algorithm was probably working on incomplete information because they didn't sit the other exam results. So if you sit an exam in December and you don't do so well, you can pick it up again when you sit your exam in June, but they didn't have that opportunity. So I think at one end of the scale you had the teachers, which were probably, perhaps, don't quote me on this, but probably too generous. The algorithm was very ungenerous. I just looked at what results you've got and extrapolated that forward. So I don't think it was probably bad heuristics. I think it was probably just the algorithm was being put in place under the direction of the Ministry of Education, and it was always going to be worse. It was always going to end up in a car crash, which it did. I mean, that, unbelievable.
Thank you, Prof. So perhaps there is an opportunity to insert HCI into algorithm, because it's always like a human against the rigid algorithm judgment, right? Human judgment against the rigid algorithm rules. Okay, again, I'd like to ask if there's anyone from our live audience who would like to ask for questions. No? If not, there's one more question that just came in from Nur Fadlina Muhammad Sharif. It is regarding computation or infrastructure for hyperheuristics. What to do when there is not enough facilities or resources to do hyperheuristics? What is your suggestion?
Well, I think, that same question can be asked of everything. Yeah, I mean, if you look at traditional combinatorial optimization algorithms such as linear programming, there's never enough computation, or there's either not enough computational resource available, or there's not enough space available. I mean, memory, etc. That you tend to run out of memory rather than computational time with linear programming. So I think if you haven't got enough resources, you can look at doing parallel. It depends what you mean by resources. If you haven't got enough memory on your computer, or you haven't got enough time to run your algorithm, you can look at parallelizing it and spreading it across other computers. If you can't do that, if you've got one computer and you need to solve this problem, and you're limited on the amount of resources, then you just have to make sure that your heuristics. One of the things that we do actually in some of our work is when we're choosing a heuristic, we choose ones which run faster, on the basis that we can choose a heuristic 500 times rather than another algorithm, heuristic which we can only call once or twice. We tend to look at the faster one because we can get through more search, or we can look at more of the search space. So I think you would need to look at your heuristics. You'd obviously look at code optimization, etc. It depends what your problem is, but essentially use quick heuristics. Don't have iterations. Don't use genetic algorithms or genetic programming, because they tend to run for quite a long time. Use things like simulated annealing taboo search, which run a lot faster because they do a lot less processing. So it's, without having to delve in beneath the hood of that problem in more detail, I think you just need to either parallelize it, or if you can't do that, then look at simplifying your code and or using simpler heuristics than you might want to, really.
Thank you, Prof. If it's okay with you, there's a few more questions coming in because we started off a bit late. If we end a bit late to make up for that time, is it okay if we answer a few more questions?
Sure.
Okay, this is from nickname ID36 Mazin. Hi, Prof. PSO and ACO still working in scheduling, but some reviewers prefer new algorithms like ABC or Dragonfly. Are you agree with them?
The quick answer is no, I don't. But I'm not necessarily saying that Dragonfly or ABC are bad algorithms. There's a paper by Sorensen, I think 2013, and I can send a link if you're interested, which essentially says that there's too many meta heuristics around. And, in the past, I get approached by students quite a lot saying, I want to work on waterfall algorithms or termite algorithms or bee algorithms or musician algorithms, etc., etc. And I always say, don't do that. Why would you do that? And it all comes about, I think, because back in, 1993, Marco Dorigo looked at ant algorithms, which have been very good. Ant colony algorithms have been very good and worked well on the traveling salesman problem. But ever since then, everyone's been trying to bring in these new meta-heuristic and hybrid algorithms based on some real-world phenomena. And I don't know the Dragonfly algorithm, but I suspect it's pretty similar to maybe honeybee or termite algorithms, because you've only got a few things that you can do. You've got to maintain a population of solutions. You've got to decide which ones die off and which ones survive, and how you perturb between one generation and another. And I suspect they're all the same. And if there's a good algorithm, then okay. But I think the motivation a lot of the time is to try and give something a sexy name in the hope that it will get published. But if I ever review these papers, and I don't review that many now, to be honest, I don't have the time, but when I have in the past, if someone comes up with a new algorithm based on some strange situation, I say, what you've got to do is apply it to the traveling salesman problem, as Dorigo did, because what a lot of people do is they come up with these new algorithms, they apply it on either a problem which no one knows about or a problem which only they do, and say, look, it works well. If I run it against hill climbing, and I've got this dragonfly algorithm, and I apologize to the questioner if he's working on a dragonfly algorithm, but if I develop this algorithm, I apply it, if I compare it against hill climbing, say, then it works better. Well, okay, it's not hard to beat hill climbing. Go and compare it against traveling salesman problem. Go and get a benchmark instance and compare it against that, both in terms of computational time and solution quality. And if that works, then great, then publish it. But more often than not, the algorithm is not supported in the first paper they write by robust results. They might look really good, but they're not compared against other people's results. So I'm not a big fan of introducing new meta heuristics. If it works, great, but you've got to compare fairly you've got to compare robustly against other results that have been published.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Candle. I think that is all the time that we have for today. It's been a pleasure having you with us this morning, Prof. Thank you for sharing your valuable knowledge on hyperheuristic with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to thank all of you for tuning in with us for the first keynote session. Your participation is most welcome, and hopefully we'll see each other again on this afternoon's parallel session, as well as a similar turnout for our second keynote address at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. As it has been today, the keynote address for tomorrow is also open to public and can be viewed via the same link that you have been tuning in today. Just before we all dismiss, can we have a quick photography session? I'd like to invite all guests to enable their video so that we can snap some photos for the future. Okay, I can see that there are about 4 snaps to be taken. Okay. Okay, shall we do the first one now? Yeah. So ready? In 3, 2, 1. Don't forget to smile. Okay. So a second snapshot. In 3, 2, 1. Smile. And the next page. 3, 2, 1. Smile. And finally, the last page. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. We have come to the end of the first part of our program, and we are now due for a lunch break. The conference will resume at 2 p.m. with the parallel sessions. Participants of this conference will need to follow the links provided in the email and also in the WhatsApp group to the respective links. So link 1 we have is dedicated for slot 1, which is computer network and distributed system. And link 2 is dedicated for slot 2, which is artificial intelligence and big data. So please be sure that you click on the correct links and it will take you to the correct room. On that note, have a pleasant lunch break, everyone. See you at 2. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Prof. See you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.